watu wetu wananiambia hiki kimezoea hizi vitu. Akiogopi yani kinaona.
Lakini sasa sisi tumezoea upigwe 2017 upigwe 2022 kwani yani 2023.
Umepata? Haya. Unaweza kuwa mistaken kama blogger. Hapa kuna accident. Unajua hizi excitement za mapolisi gari kiduni. So unakaanga tu nyuma yao.
Mimi nyuma yao always. Na wakijaribu kukufukuza usikimbie. Kwa kinja yupi kinja utawala ama kinja
Nachukua kugombelea kada hata. Hizi kuika.
Pato. Wewe tubela hapo ile sana nyingine wanakupagani. Wakienda hivi hapo vijana wako huko.
kama na bunge.
Wabunge vijana wako huko na kumiliki na vijana wako.
Arabia kuna sababu
Acha tu kweli. Vijana wako huko.
Tulitolewa ndio sasa.
Eka la
ameshikwa huko tupande hivi.
Haya, baki na hiyo Haya, rudi. Toa peja lakini usikate. Endelea tu hivyo. camera. Don't argue with the police. No, just use your camera, bro.
Going to a meeting this weekend. Going to a meeting at this
Commander support.
and they stopped me. So, you know who I am. I was trying to place the weekend for the meeting. I was supporting that. You did.
Wacha niambie yako direct.
Mbona unashikwa? Angalia mimi sisi mbona unashikwa? Mbona unasikia? Mbona unashikwa? Mimi mbona unashikwa? Mbona unashikwa? Mbona unashikwa? Umeshikwa. This is not fair. Unaumia bana.
Reject finance. Reject finance. Reject finance. Reject finance. Finance bill. Reject.
Tuko sawa? Iko sawa kabisa. Viewership ni live yoyote, hakuna playback yenye niko nayo sasa. Unaipata vizuri? Nayo tu, usikate. Haya, wazi. Watu jameni, makosa yetu ni gani? Tuseme tupate watoto, tax pampa.
Wanagopa maneno yetu, wanakuchana viboko. Aga.
Wase. Reject finance bill. Reject finance bill. Reject finance bill.
Reject finance bill.
Madam, mbona umeshikwa?
Tumeshikwa watu wametushika. Uliza, tumeshikwa juu ya reject finance bill. Na tumevaa black. Hii serikali inapenda kushika yu. Inapenda kushika yu kwa mkataba finance bill.
Wewe toka hapo. Unasema kweli kweli leo. Mimi profesa. Ulitabiri. Ulitabiri. Maniko kwa yangu wakala ukingana kama polisi. Hapo polisi watakuwa. Majua ni wengi. Kama ni mazuri sana tu ni hata makarao wakati wa. Sio hapo tu job tu. Kama ule pale ananiambia. Yeye mwenye atakini. Ndio tu yeye kwa nje karao ni. That's where these guys are. Ngojea. Hao ni kwa gani? Hao ni moja amevaa
katika gari hili ambalo sasa atakuwa anapelekwa katika Dokta, mimi ni ngumu? Ngumu sana.
Very much.
Aduh, happy. This was not their plan.
After a year. Kwa Roma.
ODM. ODM.
kwa farm hawezi fanya kitu. Wewe farm. Wewe farm.
Kufuatana na hao watu tutabaki hapo tukiwa msiki.
Give me advantage.
Yua. Haya, sawa.
Sasa ndakumbia hapo.
Utagarikiwa. Moja kwa moja.
Your story can't run. My brother, uko sawa? Hawa watu. Ama ni aje?
Kuna mbili. But now we are with you. That's
walikuwa na time, good time.
Katikati kwa line of fire.
Footage hawa footage walikuwa wana match nayo. I'm almost. Sisi hatuna maneno na mtu.
Mkono tu ikapotea tu. Eh? Wow.
Oh God! Fuck, manze! Oh no. No. Fuck. Shit. Oh, maki munde tona. Tulia tu lovely.
Ai. Karau. Kai.
Hiyo ni nyama imetoka.
Mikono yote mbili imetoka. Zote zimetoka. Amejilipua peke yake. Nini? Nini nyama amejilipua? Askari alikuwa anataka kurusha huko. Haikuwa atatia kazi. Haikuwa atatia kazi. Amejilipua mikono mikono yote gari ilichukua. Imekatika. Si jamaa akwenda kulipwa hapo. Nyama ndio.
2019 upigwe 2022 kwani yani 2023.
Umepata? Haya. Kuna jamaa mimi ameshika. Daddy. Wazi. Halo. Haya sawa. Wacha ndio natafuta vile nitatoka, siwezi tembea peke yangu.
Napita hapa.
Nani? Makarao? Wako pale mbele kwa kona.
Usikiwa nafuata nipitilie ndani. Unajua? Wako huko? Nenda.
Hapana.
Inagonga. Inagonga.
Lazima tuandamane hiyo maandamano. Leo lazima apite.
Ndio wale masanse huko. Wanapita tu malapa hapa hivi.
kitu hapa sasa. penye tumetoka. Tumeingia tu kidogo guys. The ring leaders here.
Songesha hii ni hip hop. Kwaje baba?
Utawala akifungua tunakataa.
Haya ondokeni sasa. Mtuma sasa kuna pingu. Mtuma kwa wapi? Ndio mwenda pingu. Hiyo anafanya huko pingu hiyo. Yangu iko huko. Ba. Wewe acha usifanye kazi yako utafanya. Hello? Wewe hapa toka kama wewe, very good. Hivyo. Haya, nayo mpaka central. Hiyo.
Lakini atuogopi muda. Rudi nyuma. Atuogopi. Atuogopi.
Naulizaje? Ulipo ile siri. Umeweza kumwona mtu hapo hivi kwa safe nyuma yao tu hawezi kuja.
Jamaa kuna confidence nyingine kitu. Hata ujamaa alikuwa anaangalia side nyingine ni roho. Pro bono tu everywhere.
Simama usiweke.
moto.
Nimekwambia vitu kama niambie kuletee.
Haji mzee amenyamaza bwana. Si aseme I support at least. Aseme tu ni one man.
Kupiti.
Alafu, wakuona.
Demo.
Hizi za last week kwa TV. Si recorded.
Timu yangu inaweza enda kwa mkono wangu.
kidogo hivi. Sasa wewe mwanangu. Hata hii sisi ya Gaspari. Unajua kwa umeenda na gari so ungekuwa wale wa kutembea. Ni gari ziko pale kwa kona. Hapa kwa kona. Mkuda. Hata niko karibu kwenda. Some kando na watu black sana. Right. So, nikate maisha 9 tatu. Kama bado kupointi drive maisha 9 tatu kati. Haya sawa. imekuja stop. Sasa huyu jamaa
Kuja.
Hiyo ni yenye umetutumia. Why should you fire live arms to unarmed people?
I refuse the devil to destroy this nation. I command the power of God to reach the root and his followers and pull every stronghold of the devil. This nation is God's gift to Kenyans. Kenyan generations. Kenyan generations. nations. Fear not. Fear not. Let me read for you a scripture. Are they coming here?
No.
Okay. So I can read. Hallelujah.
Amekaa.
Za shida.
Niko nayo.
Mambo.
Zoea tu.
Inside.
Aje.
Maska inside.
Ona vile unalia sasa. Kinga lunch yako. Sasa una kitu mbele yani. Ana kitu wapi?
Unaweza kata. So sasa unaweza kata, so nataka kudislodge nitoke hapa, hakuna action inaisha. Haya. Kuna sunset. Nimelipukia kwa mkono. Zimeenda. Zote mbili. Eh. Hadi walikuwa wanaifungua hii. Wanapata manyama ati nilikuwa katikati wako huku na mimi sawa, katika naepea huku kwa polisi hivi nafika tu hapa na inamlipukia hapo kwa mkono, imeenda yote mikono gone zote, vidole unaviona tu hapo.
After which the chair of the Finance Committee announced some amendments to the Draconian Finance Bill 2024-2025. From the outset, it is important to note that the process of development of the Finance Bill has happened exclusively under the remote control of the President, to the exclusion of members of Parliament from the opposition, concluding in today's PR exercise at State House that comes. The Finance Bill is purely their baby. I wish to take this opportunity to raise specific concerns that I have regarding the document and why I shall go and disconnected this administration is from the daily reality of life for ordinary Kenyans. The same can be said of their intention to charge excise duty on vegetable oil. While we the most significant cost in the value addition of sugar, illustrates how haphazard the Polish products will place undue burden on the people of Kenya. Manufactured products are yet to meet the demand in terms of quality and quantity, and therefore their consequently, Kenyans are set to pay more for sanitary towels, diapers, to condemn the mass arrests of peaceful protesters, taken by time and is no longer acceptable. We demand for the immediate release of the people who have been arrested, for it is their constitutional right to picket and or to William Ruto, Kenya is not your personal, and you will not silence the people. In his individual capacity for gross violation of the freedom of speech and the right to picket and protest, which is enshrined in our Constitution 2010. As I add, today we have been treated to an exercise, a PR exercise at State House, stating that there are some taxes which were imposed initially in the finance bill that have been dropped. I want to state clearly that Kenya as a nation depends on 80% of imported goods, including toothpick, tissue papers, foodstuff, including eggs, chicken. We are importing all these commodities. And therefore, as you purport to only remove the taxation on the locally produced goods, but you still raise the tax on the imports, the imported goods, the person who is going to bear this burden is the common mwananchi, is the boda boda rider, is the mama boga on the ground, is the common man. This is still going to raise the cost of living in our country. We are not going to accept to take it lightly, and we are urging Kenyans to still come out in large numbers, congratulating them for the demonstrations that they've held in Nairobi today. And we urge all Kenyans from different parts of this country to come out, from every ward, from every constituency, from every sub-county, from every county, and the nationwide demonstrations should be held in a very coordinated way and manner to show this regime that the power belongs to the people. That Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution gives us the mandate, gives the people the mandate, that the sovereignty only belongs to the people and nobody else. Ruto, being the president of the country, has a fiduciary duty. Is only holding this seat in trust for Kenyans. This seat does not mean that it is his personal property, and therefore, without the removal of the taxes on the imported goods, which is further going to raise the cost of living, therefore demonstrations must just proceed as they've started. We will soon join you in these demonstrations after our debates, and I urge all members of parliament to still vote no, vote against the draconian, the oppressive finance bill that has caused untold sorrows in the lives of Kenyans. In our education sector, we want education to be made free. We want free education at the high school level. We want free education at the university level. And we also want free health care. We want health to be made free because Kenyans are suffering. It is not just about creating a problem and then having a solution for that problem, as we've experienced today by the president. This cheap PR we will not allow. You are only allowed to rig elections, but you cannot rig an economy. You cannot rig development. And now we are waiting for you. Asante sana. I invite my colleague, Honorable Amos Mwago, to say a word.
Thank you, members of the 4 states. I join my colleague, Honorable Babu, in congratulating Kenyans, both online and even the ones who have presented themselves physically today in the streets of Nairobi in Starehe constituency. I support them fully and all thank them for standing up and fighting against this draconian bill and actually bringing their leaders to account through SMSs, through pressure in the social media, bringing their MPs to the account to be true representatives of the people and what the people desire and their stand on this finance bill. We support the people's stand on we are rejecting the finance bill in totality, and actually we join in condemning the police for actually harassing people who are purported to be their bosses. The voters are the ones who are being taxed so that the government run, they rely on the taxes from the people who are demonstrating today. And it's very impunitive to actually punish the people who are your bosses. As you keep on telling us that you respect your bosses, you start by respecting your bosses. If you're making decisions that harass, that do not favor your bosses, you should respect those decisions. We are rejecting this finance bill in totality because in the last year we had another finance bill, 2023-2024, which we rejected, but they used their numbers and marshaled them in Parliament. They marshaled their numbers in Parliament and had it passed. But we are asking, what are the implications of the last year's finance bill? What has it gained for the people? The impact it has had on the economy, and how has it affected the livelihoods of our people? Before proceeding to another finance bill, we should be told how accountable and equitable was the last finance bill and how it has performed. Because we understand even the 11 targets, they missed them with the last year's finance bill. So it was done by a group of MPs from the Kenya Kusha government and the president and his cohorts. We are not aware of what amendments they have done, and that is why we are saying if they have done some amendments, we are asking the Speaker to suspend the debate, the tabling of that finance bill today, and we are asking for the Committee on Finance to go back and redraft a new finance bill and bring it back to the people for them to collect fresh ideas from the people and public participation to happen again, so that there's no rush in passing this bill. Let Kenya. And we're asking for total withdrawal of finance bill until they bring up another finance bill with the new amendments that.
I just wanted to know, you said an ambassador helped in drafting the current finance bill. I don't know if you would be kind enough to mention the ambassadors.
About that, we are still getting after which the chair of the finance committee announced some amendments to the draconian finance bill 2024-2025. From the outset, it is important to note that the process of development of the finance bill has happened exclusively under the remote control of the president, to the exclusion of members of parliament from the opposition, concluding in today's PR exercise at State House that comes. Finance bill is purely their baby. I wish to take this opportunity
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate, of course, the concern of the Member of Parliament, and for record, I also come from the same county, and I understand the dynamics and the historical land equation in that area. specifically sub-counties which are going to benefit from the leasing of the vehicle to the police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kitayama. Member for Kuria East. Give Honorable Kitayama the microphone. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer that I've just heard is a true misrepresentation of facts on the ground and a perpetuation of escapism that all governments have been doing around that area. Honorable Speaker, the problem in that area is known by everybody, including the one who asked this question. This problem must be traced from the 1660s, when the migration of people was happening in this country. And Honorable Speaker, the 2010 Constitution did give us instruments through constitutional bodies that would address historical land injustices. And that is why the National Land Commission was set up. Honorable Speaker, it is on record, even in this House, that as early as the time that the Laikipia migration was happening, back during the colonial days, that is when the resettlement that happened in Transmara-Kuria border started causing these problems that are here. And everybody knows that they are just playing to the gallery by escaping the facts. Mr. Speaker, it is also true that the TJRC commission that was set up to look into these issues documented this problem very extensively. And even after the TJRC report, the National Land Commission has listened to the complaints of the people of Kuria and the complaints of the people from Kilgoris and the people of the Maasai in that area. So, Honorable Speaker, it is unfair for us to continue receiving answers that are not solving the problem. And it is also not true that the people of Kuria are not in court. The honorable member knows that in Kilgoris there is a running court case around this matter. In Nakuru there is a running court case around this matter. He himself knows he has appeared before the National Land Commission and over this same matter. The National Land Commission is even continuously, as we speak, reviewing this matter. So, Honorable Speaker, this answer is not helpful. It is not an answer that is meant to help the communities that are out there. And Honorable Speaker, there is no such thing as the Kuria having no rights there. The Kuria have documented rights. If you go to the National Archives, you will find the agreements that were written by the colonial governments during that, and there is no government governments exist in perpetuity. So the colonial government did record the agreements. The people of Kuria are rightfully claiming that land, and the matter is being frustrated by senior government officials over the years. Every government that has been in this country since independence has continuously frustrated the rights that the people of Kuria have been laying over this. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, you are not being told that in 2019, the National Land Commission did award the Kuria community that said piece of land, and it's only 20,000 acres. And the National Land Commission, if you go to the Kenya Gazette, it did the Kenya Gazette, January 2019. The people of Kuria were awarded by none other than a commission of this country, a legal commission, the National Land Commission. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a scheme to keep this matter in court and continue frustrating the people of Kuria, purporting that they have no rights to live in Rift Valley. In Tanzania, the people of Kuria live in Tanzania, in Rift Valley. In other jurisdictions...
You've made your point.
Yes, Your Honorable Speaker, and we cannot continue having the... And Honorable Speaker, it can also be traced in 1989, when
You've made your point, Kitayama. Tongoyo, are you misleading the House?
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, Tongoyo. Let's hear Sunguli first. Sunguli.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in view of the comments by my friend, a very dear friend of mine, Honorable Kitayama, isn't it now in order that you direct the chairman to come up with a more researched answer? Because, Mr. Speaker, when I walked into this house, I did not know that the Kuria people of Kuria district, of Migori County, are out on an act of aggression and that they claim land which is in Transmara. Isn't it in order for the chairman to ask the government to come up with a clear boundary of between Migori County and Narok County, because we all live in our own homes, and where people are going to trace their historical rights, that we are not going to get to the bottom of the problem, and we are not going to get an answer. So can you direct the chairman that he has not answered this question, and that let him go and get a more researched answer which is satisfactory and which will dissuade my colleagues from Kuria from claiming the land from in Transmara?
Yes, Kitayama. And this time, take less time. Give Kitayama the mic.
Honorable Speaker, the constitution of this country allows anybody to buy land anywhere within the jurisdiction of this country. History has recorded how the people of Kuria acquired that land. It is in the records of government. It is in the records. And this is not a matter of Migori County or Transmara or Rift Valley County. This is a matter that our people own land in any other part of this country. Whether that part will be in Rift Valley, there is nowhere in the constitution that says that the people of Kuria can only be in Migori. And if there is such are Kuria people who live in Rift Valley. So he cannot now turn around and say that though the Kuria people can only be found in Migori. In Tanzania, we are found everywhere. In Rift Valley,
issue. It touches on issues of land dealt within the Ministry of Land, and actually many a times also call for a political solution, that such leaders and all of us may occasionally or at times need to be called upon to help address the problem. So what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, let the leadership between the Sunguli and all of us and the people concerned able to look in an amicable way to address the problem, because it goes beyond a security issue. It touches land, it touches on the issue of boundaries. There are several cases in court talking into the same. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe I will suggest that depends on you can guide, that we let the leaders able to see whether we can able to look at a situation where we can able to address at a higher level, that all the players, including the Ministry of Land, the administration and political class, to sit down and look for a lasting solution into this problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Wandai.
You know, Honorable Speaker, I have listened keenly to the response from the very able chair of National Security Committee, my friend Honorable Tongoyo. But I am left wondering, because you know, this House
because the Constitution of Kenya also allows us to have an ADR, an alternative dispute mechanism. And that, therefore, will give the people of Kuria, the Kipsigis, the Maasai, an opportunity to sit down as elders to get a solution instead of a more administrative solution that may not be acceptable to all. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tongo, you come from the county where this issue is coming from. I would advise you that you have a session in your committee with the two members, and if you want to escalate the matter, you can involve the Lands Committee to see how to resolve the matter without raising passions. Minority Leader and Owen Bayer, if you want to set up a committee, you know the procedure. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to hold a Thursday morning sitting.
Honorable Majority Leader, where is Ichungwa?
Proceed. No, the leader is here. Let me come and do it to himself.
Majority Leader, move your procedural motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 20th June 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business. Honorable Speaker, this is on behalf of the House Business Committee that met this afternoon, earlier this afternoon, and the House Business Committee considered bringing this resolution and, through this procedural motion to allow members adequate time, Honorable Speaker, to debate without anticipating debate the finance bill of 2024-2025, which we expect to be tabled in the course of this sitting by the Chair of Finance. And also, Honorable Speaker, considering that many members are very interested in contributing to the debate on the finance bill, we thought it would be wise to have a morning sitting on Thursday. We will have tomorrow the whole day from 9:30 all the way up to 9 p.m. Then we also allow members Thursday morning, Honorable Speaker, as you directed during the House Business Committee earlier today, we have up to 5 p.m. on Thursday for debate of the second reading of that bill. Honorable Speaker, there is also priority business in considering the Senate amendments to the IEBC bill. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, there are two constituencies that still have no representation in this House and are bound to have by-elections, but we cannot do that because we do not have an IEBC commission. And therefore, it's imperative that we consider the amendments that were done to that bill by the other House, consider them, and if we agree with them, then that bill can be assented into law and we kick off the process of the recruitment of new IEBC commissioners. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg members to support and agree with the House Business Committee that we do have that Thursday morning sitting, and I wish to request the Leader of Minority, who is also a member of the House Business Committee, to second. I beg to move.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to second the motion, but I want to add the following. Obviously, members from across the political divide would want adequate time to be able to contribute to the matter of the finance bill at the second reading stage. And that's why it was in the wisdom of the House Business Committee that we allocate enough sitting days. That is Wednesday morning, tomorrow, Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning, and possibly Thursday afternoon, for members to be able to contribute effectively and for their constituents to get to know where they stand on this very important matter. Honorable Speaker, secondly, I want to agree that the matter of the IEBC is so crucial. Honorable Speaker, we now have two constituencies that have got no representation in this House. That is Banisa constituency in Mandera County and Magarini constituency in Kilifi County. Honorable Speaker, the case of Banisa constituency is very sad, extremely sad, that they have lacked representation in this House from March last year, Honorable Speaker. And you all know, Honorable Speaker, the procedures for reconstituting the IEBC, even after this bill is finally enacted into law, is going to take some time, Honorable Speaker. Maybe 4 months or so, Honorable Speaker. So I think it is in order, therefore, that we approve this motion. But as soon as we do so, I have been trying to scan around. I can't see the chair of the Committee on Finance in the House, and yet I've been waiting eagerly to lay my hands on the report of the committee. Because this morning, we were treated to some very juicy news by Honorable Kimani Chungwa and the chair from State House about certain measures they have taken on the finance bill. But as I always say, the taste of the pudding lies in the eating. Until and unless we see the report of the committee containing those very far-reaching amendments that we were made to understand what have been made, we cannot be sure, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we want to see that report eagerly. We are waiting here eagerly to see that report and to dissect it and to go through it with a tooth comb before we can make informed decisions, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, with those very many remarks, I support the motion. Thank you. I second, sorry.
A second. Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 20th June 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 20th June 2024, commencing at 9 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, procedural motion, reduction of publication period or specified bill.
Majority, no, Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Dindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, that this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, from 7 days to 5 days. Honorable Speaker, the essence of this is because the calendar that we have now between today and next week is very tight. We'll be discussing very major and far-reaching policy instruments in this House, and especially the Finance Bill alongside the Appropriations Act or Bill. And Honorable Speaker, the essence of this is for us to meet the timelines as we move to the close of this financial year by end of this month. And Honorable Speaker, at the same time, we have still given ample time even for members to peruse and interrogate the appropriation bill, because Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, these two processes that we'll be having are intertwined. And the reason we have decided that we have the appropriation bill after the finance bill is because this is a very democratic House and the country is very democratic, and we want us to first trace where the monies are coming from, even before we finalize on the appropriation bill, so that whatever members may feel around the appropriation, the finance bill, can also be taken care of in the appropriations bill, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to balance our revenue and expenditure. And I am hopeful that we'll be looking at these matters in a very objective manner, because we are all, Honorable Speaker, looking forward into the many programs that we have undertaken to complete and undertake. For example, electricity in our constituencies will be getting 50 million per constituency, and all the others, including the increment in the agricultural sector, in the CDF, and all the other elements that are very important for service delivery in regards to the Kenyan people. Also, the monies that we are appropriating to our counties, which is 400.1 billion shillings, is also hedged, Honorable Speaker, on this bill, but alongside this bill, also the revenue side, which is the motion that is a heavy motion before us, which will be moved by the Chairman, Honorable Kimani Kuria. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request that the Honorable, the very able Didimas Barasa, the man of Kofia, to second this motion.
Didimas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this motion, and just the chair has explained, is very, in very good term, very clear terms, Honorable Speaker. We have a lot that this House is going to process, and most importantly, we must meet the timeline, considering that we are coming to the end of this financial year. And Honorable Speaker, this House is youthful. We are able to go through the finance bill, and we'll be able to understand where these monies are coming from. Without much ado, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Didymus. Order, Honorable Commissioner Makau. Order. Commissioner Makau, freeze or take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, from 7 days to 5 days. We put the question? Yes, Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, I see no merit in reducing the dates or the days that we have in this bill. The number of days we are talking about, this bill is already published, but it is 5 days old. In fact, if we then reduce it, then it becomes ripe, which in number 10, you then can see it can be put before the House to be read a first time. So actually, mathematically, what we are talking about is 2 days. We have already passed a resolution to discuss tomorrow, to discuss the issues concerning the finance bill tomorrow. And Honorable Speaker, the majority leader just let us know from the House business you have directed that this can go between tomorrow up to Thursday. So actually, we then can properly examine this bill if it were to take the 7 days on Tuesday next week, quite properly. It would have taken 7 days in the normal manner of things, and we would then begin debate on it on Wednesday, on Tuesday. Now, Mr. Speaker, for us to accept this, a person moving the bill or the person seconding must give us reasons. The only reason I have had is that we are going to discuss very important bills. But there is nothing which takes away, because the 7 days is for the common person to interact with the bill, as well as the member representing that person to interact with this bill. And so, if there is no reason other than the fact that we are going to discuss some very important issues in the course of today and tomorrow, the chair of budget has not given us a very good reason for which we have to extend these dates. I submit.
Honorable Kajwang, you are a member of House Business Committee, aren't you? And you know that allocating the finance bill, the number of days that we did, does not mean it will consume all the days. In case it ends early, then this motion becomes relevant, but it's entirely up to the House. Can I put the question now? I now put the question, which is that pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, from 7 days to 5 days. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Then the ayes have it. Honorable members, you're calling the next order? Honorable members, as we go to the next order, it is expected that the chairman of the Finance Committee, member for Molo, will be tabling his report or his committee report this afternoon. I have not seen it yet. I have to approve it to be tabled, so when I recess, I'll have to perform that function. Once that is done, the report will be available at the table office. I encourage each and every honorable member to get the report either from the table office physically or on the parliamentary web. Read through it properly. Upon doing so, we have allocated time as follows. Tomorrow morning from 9:30, finance bill will be moved by the committee chairman. It will be open to debate the whole of tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, you have just approved a sitting for Thursday morning. And remember that tomorrow you will sit up to 9:30 or 9 in the night. On Thursday morning, we'll again sit on the finance bill, and House Business Committee has directed that we will then vote on that bill on Thursday afternoon. Committee of the Whole on the same bill will come on Tuesday afternoon. Those of you who want to file any amendments, and I've seen some, I've in fact approved some, although it will be more decent and proper to file your amendments after reading the report to see whether you are proposing amendments that have already been dealt with by the committee. I have directed the clerk that the closure for submitting amendments will be on Thursday at 1 p.m. So those of you who want to file any amendments upon reading the report and the bill, ensure that you file your amendments at or before Thursday 1 p.m. Thereafter, you'll be time barred, and don't say you are not given proper direction. I hope that when the bill is debated from tomorrow, you will debate from an informed position on the content of the bill, the content of the report, and what you desire the bill to be. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issuance of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending on 30th June 2025, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the year 2024-2025, for the 2024-2025 financial year, the responsibilities of the national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2024-2025 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 13, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 29 of 2023, second reading.
Beatrice Kemei, you are the co-sponsor of that Senate bill. It's now your time to move the bill. Give her the mic. a functioning mic. There you are.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill 2023, the Senate Bill number 29 of 2023 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the principal objective of the bill is to provide a legal framework for the care and protection of child parents within the counties. The framework is intended to ensure that an expectant child or a child parent may actualize their right to basic education and at the same time ensure proper care of their children and as enshrined in Article 53 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, 61 years since Kenya gained its independence from colonial rule, child pregnancies remain a huge concern as they not only affect the child's ability to continue with their education, but they also impact on the government's effort in reducing poverty levels in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey conducted in 2022 noted that 15% of adolescent women between 15 and 19 years have ever been pregnant, with 12% having given birth to 1% experiencing pregnancy loss, and 3% being pregnant with their first child. Kenya National Bureau of Standards further noted that the number of teenage pregnancies is higher in rural areas, particularly in pastoralist communities, compared to urban areas. It further noted that teen pregnancies decline as the level of education rises, and further that it also declines as the level of household wealth increases. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 in Article 53(1), Part B, C, and D provides for the right of a child to free and compulsory basic education, the right to basic nutrition, shelter, and health care, and the right to protection and right to protection from abuse, neglect, harmful cultural practices, all forms of violence, inhuman treatment and punishment that is there, and even exploitative labor. Honorable Speaker, Section 13 of the Child Act, number 29 of 2022, reiterates the right of a child to basic education and mandates the Cabinet Secretary in charge of children matters in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary in charge of education to develop and implement policies for the realization by every child of the Constitution of the constitutional right to education. The Basic Education Act number 14 of 2013 provides that no child should be denied admission to a public school. The above, Honorable Speaker, the above notwithstanding, children who fall pregnant in school, especially those born in poor households, are likely to drop out of school so that they can fend for their babies. This not only impacts on their right to education, but also exposes them to early marriages and exploitative labor practices as they seek to fend for themselves and their children. Madam Speaker, some schools conduct mandatory pregnancy tests without the consent of the children or of the learners, and more often than not expel any student who is discovered to be pregnant. Such children are also exposed to ridicule and harassment and are often cited as examples of bad behavior, thus often leading them to drop out of school. It is also difficult for children who have been pregnant before to be readmitted to the school or to another school.
Kutafuta mimi ni ngumu sana. Mama hawezi kufanya kitu. Wewe ni pam. Wewe ni pam. Wewe pam.
Kufuatana na hao watu tutabaki hapa tukiwa msafiri.
Give me advantage.
Sinajua. Haya, sawa.
Sasa ndakurudia hapo.
Utagarikiwa.
Moja kwa moja.
Your story can't run. My brother, uko sawa? Hawa. Ama ni aje?
Kuna mbili. But now we are with you.
Ulikuwa na time, good time.
Tunaona katikati kwa line of fire.
footage hawa footage walikuwa wana match nayo. I'm almost.
imepotea tu. Eh? Wow.
Oh God! Fuck, manze! Oh no. No. Fuck. Shit. Oh, watu mwambie pole.
Yeah.
Hey. Nimeona ona hadi.
Ay.
Hey. Fungeni mkono yake. Nini? Wafunge mkono. Hiyo tulia tu babli.
Ay. Karau. Kai. Yoni. Nyama imetoka. Mikono yote mbili imetoka. Zote zimetoka. Amejilipua peke yake. Nini nyama amejilipua. Askari alikuwa anataka kurusha huko. Haikuwa atatia kazi. Haikuwa atatia kazi. Amejilipua mikono yote imekata.
What?
Mikono yote siambia zimemchukua. Nyama zimeruka tu. Nyama zingine ndio zile. Alikuwa si kansa. Hiyo sababu amejilipua. Alikuwa anataka kurusha huko. Kimelipuka.
Ikabackfire sasa. Umeona mavunja reli. Aanze kutafuta na hiyo insurance. Wow.
Mikono yote. Yote ingani nilichukua. Imekatika.
Ni jamaa ama ni mwana?
Si jamaa. Akwenda kulipua hapo. Nyama ndio.
Kapita hapa.
Nani? Makarao? Wako pale mbele kwa kona.
Nisikuwa nafuata nipitilie ndani. Unajua? Wako huko? President?
Hapana.
Inagonga. Inagonga.
Lazima tuandamane hiyo maandamano. Leo lazima apite.
Power to the people, power! This is never. Power to the people, power to the people,
Obera, kuanzia hapo mpaka pale mwisho. Kuanzia hapo na hivi mpaka hapo chini. Ndio wale masanse huko. Wanapita tu malapa hapa hivi.
watu hapa sisi.
Unajua penye tumetoka. Tumeingia kwa press. The ring leaders here. Songesha hii nini hii box. Waje baba.
Utawala kifungwa mnakataa.
Haya ondokeni sasa. Mutuma sasa kuna pingu. Mutuma kwa wapi? Siende. Ndio mweka pingu. Hiyo anafanya yuko pingu. Wekeni pingu. Yangu iko. Ba. Wewe acha usifanye kazi yako atafanya. Hello? Wewe hapa toka kama wewe, very good. Hivyo. Nayo, mpaka central. Hiyo.
Lakini hatuogopi Buda. Rudi nyuma. Hatuogopi.
Naulizaje? Ulipo ile siri. Umeweza kumwona mtu mmoja. Hapa hivi kwa safe. Mnao.
Jamaa kuna confidence nyingine kitu. Hata ujamaa alikuwa anaongea hizo nyingine ni roho. Ribono tu everywhere.
Simama usiende.
Nimekwambia vitu kama niambie kuletee.
Haji mzee amenyamaza bana. Si aseme I support. Aseme tu only one man.
Demo. Hizi zina state kwa TV. Siri kwa
Wako wapi? Haya, twende. Let's go. Let's go.
Dogo hivi. Hata hii sisi ya Boston. Unajua kwa mimi na gari so ungekuwa wale kutembea. Ni gari zile pale kwa kona. Hapa kwa kona. niko karibu kwenda. Some kando na watu black sana. Brian. Mbali bora na watu wa black. Sawa. So, nikate maisha 9 sasa. Kama bado kuko hivi dry maisha 9 sasa. Haya, sawa.
Imekuja stop.
We are going
Sasa huyu jamaa kuja.
Hiyo ni yenye umetukumbia. Why should you fire live arms to unarmed people?
I refuse the devil to destroy this nation. I command the power of God to reach the root and his followers and pull every stronghold of the devil. This nation is God's gift to Kenyans. Kenyan generations. Kenyan generations. Fear not. Fear not. Let me read for you a scripture. Are they coming here?
No.
Okay. So I can read. Hallelujah.
Za shida. Niko nayo. Mambo. Zoea tu. Hainisaidii. Maska hainisaidii. Ona vile unalia sasa. Kinga lunch yako. Sasa una kitu mbele yani. Ana kitu wapi?
No more finance bill. No more finance bill. No more finance bill. No more finance bill.
Unaweza kata. Eh? So sasa unaweza kata, so nataka kudislodge nitoke hapa, hakuna action inaisha.
We are importing all these commodities, and therefore,
man of the moment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the fourth estate. Karibuni. We, the Kenya Kwanza Parliamentary Group, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, the Deputy President, and our Prime Cabinet Secretary, on behalf of the Executive, we have had a very robust engagement the whole morning from 7 a.m. this morning, reviewing the Finance Bill of 2024-2025 that was submitted to the National Assembly for consideration by the Finance and National Planning Committee, which has since had a very robust engagement with Kenyans. We, as the National Assembly, through our parliamentary committee, we have listened to Kenyans through that robust public engagement as stipulated by our Constitution in the form of public participation.
And we take this opportunity to tell the country that we have listened to you. We have heard you, and the committee has briefed the parliamentary group on the proposed changes that they have proposed to the finance bill of 2024-2025 that capture many of the issues that were raised by stakeholders during the public participation, and we have been able to engage on all those and agreed with the executive under the able leadership of His Excellency the President. I will now invite our chair, the very able chair of our Finance and National Planning Committee, the member for Molo constituency in Nakuru County, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, to take us through the brief of what has been agreed on the changes proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of Majority, Your Excellency President, and all Kenyans watching us this morning. When we started the public participation in Finance Bill of 2024, we did make a promise that that public participation would not be an exercise in futility. We have listened to the view of Kenyans, and we are all in agreement that there are two things that we must do. One of them is that we need to protect Kenyans from increased cost of living, and therefore the proposed 16% VAT on bread has been dropped. To support, again, on reducing the cost of living, we are doing something about vegetable oil so that we do not make it expensive for Kenyans. Transfer of mobile services is a key concern to many Kenyans, and therefore, again, we have proposed that we do not have any increase on taxation on mobile phone transfer. We have seen in the recent past the proposals that we've made on statutory deductions on SHIF and housing levy has added a loan on especially on salaried Kenyans, and therefore we have proposed that those statutory deductions now be allowable to pay, so they will not pay an additional pay on those. We all agree that environment conservation is a key concern. The fact that
Can we go? Sound is okay?
Members, so that we are all visible for the cameras, we are being requested to take at least 2 steps behind, turudi nyuma kidogo, so that we are all in the view of the cameras. Everybody make sure you are behind His Excellency the President. Widen the curve and be behind, don't be in front of the President. From Rugara, nyinyi bado mko mbele sana. Tapale. One more step behind. He's coming. He's the one we are waiting for. Bill of 2024-2025 that was submitted to the National Assembly for consideration by the Finance and National Planning Committee, which has since had a very robust engagement with Kenyans. We, as the National Assembly, through our parliamentary committee, we have listened to Kenyans through that robust public engagement as stipulated by our Constitution in the form of public participation. And we take this opportunity to tell the country that we have listened to you. We have heard you, and the committee has briefed the parliamentary group on the proposed changes that they have proposed to the Finance Bill of 2024-2025 that capture many of the issues that were raised by stakeholders during the public participation. And we have been able to engage on all those and agreed with the executive under the able leadership of His Excellency the President. I will now invite our chair, the very able chair of our Finance and National Planning Committee, the member for Molo constituency in Nakuru County, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, to take us through the brief of what has been agreed on the changes proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader of Majority, Your Excellency the President, and all Kenyans watching us this morning. When we started the public participation in Finance Bill of 2024, we did make a promise that that public participation would not be an exercise in futility. We have listened to the view of Kenyans, and we are all in agreement that there are two things that we must do. One of them is that we need to protect Kenyans from increased cost of living, and therefore the proposed 16% VAT on bread has been dropped. To support, again, on reducing the cost of living, we are doing something about vegetable oil so that we do not make it expensive for Kenyans. Transfer of mobile services is a key concern to many Kenyans, and therefore, again, we have proposed that we do not have any increase on taxation or mobile phone transfer. We have seen in the recent past the proposals that we've made on statutory deductions on SHIF and housing levy has added a loan on especially on salaried Kenyans, and therefore we have proposed that those statutory deductions now be allowable to pay, so they will not pay an additional pay on those. We all agree that environment conservation is a key concern. The fact that we've had a drought and a few months of floods and our drainage clogs, we have agreed that we need to make a good decision about how to protect our environment. And that is what the wisdom on the introduction of eco-levy. However, imposing this on locally manufactured goods would again increase the cost of those locally manufactured goods in the country and stand a risk of making them not competitive in the East African market and globally. Therefore, this eco-levy will only be chargeable to imported finished products. And therefore, all locally manufactured items, and especially including diapers and sanitary towels, will not be subject to eco-levy. We must make sure that we become a manufacturing country and not a trading country. And therefore, the imposition of this only on imported finished products makes our locally manufactured products more marketable to the, not just reducing the price, but also making them affordable to even export. On the VAT threshold, we have proposed in our amended report to increase that VAT threshold from 5 million shillings to 8 million shillings. Therefore, small and medium enterprises that have turnover of less than 8 million shillings do not therefore have to register for VAT. On eTIMS, we have had farmers, avocado farmers, being asked to give eTIMS receipts. We've had mama mbogas who do their supplies to hotels being asked to register for eTIMS. We have proposed that these people be given exemption on eTIMS registration, and especially for those farmers and those small businesses that have a turnover of below 1 million shillings. We have had the conversation about eggs and onions and potatoes. So what you've done to protect our poultry farmers, our potato farmers in Nyandarua and Molo, and protect our onion farmers, we have proposed excise duty only on imported table eggs, imported onions, and imported potatoes. This makes our onions, our eggs, and our potatoes more marketable to us and the region. To support the fight against illicit brews in the country, we have proposed a change in excise duty to changing it from a volume to alcohol content. Therefore, those alcohol manufacturers that are producing alcohol of very high content will now be required to pay higher duty because based on the alcohol content, and those making alcohol of lower content now will pay less duty. To support our pension contributions, because one day we'll all retire, we are now increasing the amount of taxable pensions from, we are now increasing the amount allowable for tax exemption for pension contributions from 20,000 shillings to 30,000 shillings. So this is a big win for our pensioners. So we are moving our pension schemes to exempt. It is exempt at contribution and exempt when you receive your pension from 20,000 to 30,000. Yes, a month, per month. It's important to say this, per month. We have also been appraised of the money that is allocated for junior secondary school to hire all the intern teachers into permanent and pensionable terms. And the number there is actually 46,000 shillings, 46,000 junior secondary school teachers, in addition to recruit an additional 20,000. Your Excellency, we are very happy that the proposals that were brought to the National Assembly and the ones that we are proposing to the House are two amended documents. Because, again, I repeat, the exercise we did on public participation was not an exercise in futility. On motor vehicle tax, inasmuch as we agree that there is need to have money allocated to maintain our roads, and those people that are using our road more and causing TNA on our roads should contribute more towards fixing those roads, we have agreed that the motor vehicle tax cannot be amended through an income tax act, and also pegging it on insurance would cripple the insurance business and make it very difficult, especially for those Kenyans who take third-party insurance, and therefore that proposal has been dropped. Oh yes, sugar transportation. Yes, in addition, there was a concern about transportation of sugar from the milling factory to the farms, and therefore to the sugarcane, sorry. We have listened to the concerns about the transfer of sugarcane from the farms to the milling factory. And people are asking, why sugarcane? And why not coffee? And why not tea? Sugarcane is very bulk, and therefore the largest cost in the processing of sugarcane is actually on transportation, unlike most other crops. And that is why we have recommended to remove VAT on transportation of sugarcane from the farms to the milling factories. For the mobile phone, I actually did mention that mobile phone transfer services, has been, we have not increased that, it still retains at 15%. The concern about foreign exchange transactions, the concern about transfer in banks, that the status quo remain, no additional taxes have been increased on that particular sector.
Thank you, Chairman Kuria. Members of the press, I think as you have heard from the changes that have been made to the proposals in the finance bill, which will be tabled this afternoon in the National Assembly, I think it's important to mention to members of the public, including the public-spirited Kenyans who had intended to occupy Parliament, that there is absolutely no debate today. It's just the tabling of the report. Debate shall begin tomorrow morning, the whole of tomorrow, and continues to Thursday, and will allow time over the weekend for possible amendments from other members of Parliament. You may have realized from the amendments that we have done, there are a number of things that we intend to achieve. Besides the raising of revenue, is also one to ensure that Kenyans have more disposable income. You will notice from the changes that will be proposed by the chair in the report that you table this afternoon, we are devoting more money back into people's pockets, especially the employed Kenyans who have been contributing to the housing levy. The housing levy has been proposed together with the Social Health Insurance Fund, the National Social Security Fund, and now the housing levy to be tax deductible. And that will ensure that what will be subjected to pay as you earn will be an amount less than what was there before. And therefore, more disposable income will be going to many employed Kenyans. The second thing that we intend to do is to encourage savings and investments in our country through the proposals that the chair has stipulated in terms of pensions, the allowable deductions that have been increased for pensions contributions. There's also an allowable deduction on post-retirement medical schemes to ensure that people start saving for their post-retirement, and those post-retirement savings or contributions into a medical scheme to cater for your medical care after retirement will be tax deductible and therefore tax-free. The other policy proposal in this finance bill is the protection of our local manufacturing industries and our farmers. We as a country have made huge investments with our farming communities, and therefore we are intentional on protecting those farmers. That is why you hear the proposals to levy excise duty on imported potatoes, imported table eggs and onions, and also the imposition of eco tax or eco levy on imported finished products. And I think, as the chair has emphasized, it is imported finished products, because when the chair and the finance committee listened to stakeholders, especially the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, a very good case was made for protection of the local manufacturing industry. Therefore, to protect our local manufacturing industry and create jobs within our economy, we are therefore levying those levies on imported finished products, right from the borders, the motorcycles, to sanitary towels that are imported, and diapers and all that. Therefore, I think we'll close it at that, unless, Your Excellency, you have something more to add. Okay.
On the transport side, on borders, there has been a concern about introduction of excess duty on motorcycles. Again, the decision that we made last year to incentivize local assembly of motorcycles have seen a lot of institutions set up local assembly of motorcycles here in Kenya. There is no reason why we must import a complete finished motorcycle from China. So we are putting excise duty on the one that is imported, but the ones that are made here locally, those are exempted. And it's also important to mention, to protect the vulnerable and those people at the bottom of the pyramid, the eco levy on tires has been exempted on motorcycles, on bicycles, and on wheelchairs, so that those people doing that business around the border sector will not, and even wheelbarrows, so that we don't increase. So there is no worry, there is not going to be increase in the price of wheelbarrow or motorcycles or tuk-tuks or bicycles. Thank you very much. All mkokoteni.
Asanteni, there is lunch. Karibuni lunch.
Oh,
about introduction of excess duty on motorcycles. Again,